What's up? What's up, Ethan? You've been sick? Fuck, man. Well, hopefully you're getting to feeling better, bro. Damn. Yeah, today was a bit of a long day here. I just now finally got a short posted. Good deal. Good deal. Let's see here. Well, we got 4 views. Did you get the notification on the new short? You did not. All right. Well, there's a new short over at the Extra. What's up, Cayman? What's up, buddy? We're taking a look at the Western Diamondback here. Wow, that didn't take long for a few people to go out after I said about the new short over there at the fucking Extra channel. Make sure y'all like it when you go check it out. Is this Mr. Snake? Yes, absolutely is. Sure is. It sure is. I sent you a picture on email of new tarantula. Let me know if the picture came through. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out for sure. Hey, whenever you watch the shorts, man, make sure you hit that like button. All the lurkers, please do the same thing. Make sure you hit the like button when you watch the videos on the Extra. Yeah, I mean, I saw earlier that it was the last stream until the new year, but then there was about 3 more after that. Almost the last stream, yep. Did you see the picture? I'm looking right now, Ethan. It took me a second because I had to finish up. I had my hands in a cage. So, yes, it looks like here that it did. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yep. Man, that's a pretty one there. Yeah, that's a pretty one. That's a pretty one. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. That's an interesting one. That's... did you get that one earlier, like around that time or what? Yeah. Is there any way that in this picture, you know, the one you just got, this must have been in the cage with the rest of them, or with, you know, the babies. Uh, can you show me the baby that's above that? Hell yeah. What's up, everyone? Oh, I got you, man. I got you. I'm going to send you a picture right now of a new snake that I got. I'm not showing it on the channel yet, but I'm going to send you a sneak peek. Yeah, there you go. I sent you a picture of him. Fucker, come on. Oh, fuck. Officer Vargas. Appreciate it, Patrick. I saw some people running their cock holsters again earlier. Nothing new, but the typical, the typical. But I saw them running their cocksuckers earlier. How they... Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did some backpedaling today, for sure. For sure. But, what the hell was I saying? Fucking... Oh, yeah. So, anyway, one of the moderators from over there has sent me some pictures of the chat earlier over there, and it looks like, it looks like fucking, somebody's calling the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. Yeah, because of keeping snakes in tubs. How the fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty sure fucking, that they want snakes to be transported in fucking glass cages, right? Does this look like a snake lives in a fucking tub? I love it. I love it. It's pretty funny that we got two people. Oh yeah, they'd really shit over Iraq, wouldn't they, Zone? If people know nothing about fucking, the snake or reptile hobby, they always think they know what they're talking about, Oh, you about snakes in tubs and oh, let me use Sonia's words, snakes in Home Depot tubs. Yeah, it cracks me the fuck up. These snakes fucking know nothing else. They were born and raised in captivity. Oh fuck. It's fucking hilarious. And fucking, the fucking the state departments, any department. And let's even just say fucking, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. Yeah, they just issue fucking permits to fucking anybody, out of just for no reason. They just say, yeah, sure, here, give me your name, I give you a permit. Yep. What they've done is fucking, they've done a little bit of Google searching, and they seen where fucking some people, tried to put a bill through, making it unlawful to keep venomous reptiles, but that bill has failed every single time they've ever put that bill through. And aside from that, they can try all they want, because fucking I am federally licensed. And I'm going to leave it at that with the federally licensed, for conservation purposes. But it's just funny. I love it, man. It cracks me to fuck up with some of the stuff they come up with. You could give most snakes a 50-foot enclosure and they wouldn't move from one corner, and it actually stresses them out to have too much room. Absolutely, Zambola. Abso-fucking-lutely. You hit the nail on the head right there. Let's keep her safe, human. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Look, and you know what? I never say this. I'm going to say it, you know, kind of making light of things a little bit, but at the same time, partially serious. But I, I truthfully do risk my fucking life for this hobby. You know, no, am I risking my life with a rattlesnake? Probably not. You know, it could, you know, it could kill you, but not likely. But when it comes to, you know, the coastal taipans or the inlands or the mambas or even the monocles, you know, or the kings and stuff, you know. So, oh yeah, absolutely. You know, tubs are the go-to thing. And here, actually, you know what? Since we're having this fucking talk, right here is exactly the reason. And here, you know what? Matter of fact, a tub out here because I have one labeled here for one that's getting ready to ship. Let me grab that. Okay, so let's look at this first. Look at this. What's this? Gaboon viper, Bitis rhinoceros. Oh, look at that. There's a federal number. I'll be goddamned. Keep inside. Keep inside. This one's headed to OKC. Danger. Venomous reptiles. Fucking, there's the numbers again. Fucking look. Oh, look. Live animals. Snakes. Venomous. Uh-oh. Delta. I'm sure a Delta airline. Delta Airlines is not going to be okay with fucking, you know, venomous reptiles in tubs. That's going to be something that, you know, is going to cause me serious trouble. Guys, please, why do you want to cause me so much trouble? He deleted the videos with the teen Hispanic. Oh, shit. What's up, Luce? What's up, Luce? What's up, girl? What's you done, Luce? What's you done, Luce? What's you done, Luce? Here. Let me down. You know what? I hear the same stuff at reptile shows about animals handling clothes. Oh yeah, me too, Ethan. You know, one of the biggest things is though, whenever those three were doing their investigation on me about my criminal record and stuff, they must have missed the part where animal control picked up my snakes when I got arrested at the airport. and also gave them back in the same exact tub that fucking I transport in today. What's up, Bobby Joe? My favorite part of today was him saying he didn't know who said anything about Jamie whenever it was him and 2 streams and multiple shorts. Oh, yeah. My favorite part is when he said this was his last stream. Like, I literally got home, and at 6:30, I was finally able to check things out. And 6:30 Eastern time. And I got on there, and the first thing I see is, him saying, this is the last stream until New Year's. Next thing you know, I finish watching that one, and I see like fucking 2 or 3 more. Good question, Patrick. If it's clear, does it become a tank? I knew he would do 5 more today after that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it, man. I fucking love it. They are convinced. I'm going to put it this way. They are convinced that I don't know who is who on here. And I don't know all the names. I really don't know all the screen names on here. I don't know who's who with every single alternate account. It is impossible to know who every single screen name is. However, I do know a few different screen names, and I know who they are, and I know some of their alternates. I don't know all of their alternates. I'm 100% sure I don't know all of their alternates, but I do know some of them. And I can tell you one thing. I can tell you that Sonia has been right here on my chat, under another screen name. I can tell you Brant is always on a different screen name on my chat, not always, but, in and out. I can tell you for sure that Metalhead is on my screen name, or on my chat, on different screen names. And I'm not the kind to try to ruin the fun and, out the different screen names. Yeah, he's saying that Steve Sniffs is the spy. Whenever the person that was doing the fucking bullshit last night was that wanker or Wayne Kerr, Why can't you figure out the fucking names? Like Wayne Kerr. What's that? A fucking wanker? Come on, man. But Steve didn't do shit but come over here and fucking, talk a second. But he wasn't talking no bad shit or nothing. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, him backpedaling on Jamie was golden as hell. Now, Jamie come over here last night, too, talking a little bit. And, I don't have a problem with who Jamie talks to, who fucking Jay talks to. I don't give a damn. Yeah, Wayne was hilarious. Yep. The best part of it always is, whenever they fucking, do stupid shit, like any government, official or office that they call or that they report to, there's fucking Freedom of Information Act, like you can see whatever the complaint was, you can do all that. And you know what? There's no fucking court system or nobody that's gonna fucking, actually fucking act on some fucking troll fucking, saying dumb shit. Give me a break. You know, one of the biggest fucking, if you don't like it, get off the internet. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you backwards. If you don't like it, get off the internet. There you go. Perfect way to put it. I don't know if he says that it was Steve, but it was not Steve doing it. I know who it was, but I'm not going to say nothing, you know, but it was not Steve like he thinks it was. Oh, yeah, it's funny as hell, Tom. Oh, yeah, Jamie got blindsided hard. Yes, he did. And Jamie, you know, Jamie has real intentions and everything, you know. He's not there to play games and mess around or nothing, you know. He's there legitimately. No, you know, Zimbola, I don't fucking say bad shit about anybody. Even the trolls that are, you know, trying like hell to fucking, you know, cause shit for me. I don't say shit bad about them because it's their game, it's their fun. Fuck it. Let them have it. Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, you keep calling the fucking police over internet trolling is fucking pathetic, you know? Why, you know, come on. If you're a fucking quote unquote famous YouTuber, deal with it a little bit, you know? Yes, you know, I'll admit Jay's channel is overran by nothing but trolls, but he should know that. It's blatantly obvious. Zambola, you know, you're right. You're right. Oh yeah, 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 I know that. I mean, if you listen to it, he can't keep up with his own lies, you know, because like he started off his stream, you know, a little bit ago when I listened to it. He started off in the beginning of that stream saying that the police were there today and they reviewed all of his short videos and everything to make sure there was nothing wrong on them. But then later on, he says they're going to go through all of my shorts, you know, and check them out. Like, which is it, buddy? Yeah, Ethan. Eventually they will. I mean, when they get called, they've got to show up. But eventually they're gonna tell him, like, look, this is fucking bullshit. You are wasting, you know, you're wasting time and you know resources and stuff, you know. And he'll eventually start getting himself in trouble, you know, for making false fucking police calls. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, there's hundreds of hours of you know pictures and music and shit. Yeah, if there was nothing wrong, why delete them? Yeah, why delete them? Exactly. So, I mean, I don't fucking know, but the only fucking part of this whole thing that does not make a ton of sense to me, but it is what it is, you know, either way. But the only part that don't make a lot of sense with to me is why is there about three, you know, three people or three trolls with several different, you know, alternates that have a hard on for me? Oh yeah, answers from YouTube take a long fucking time. And YouTube never gives you any answers of any substance. They give you no real answers about anything. Yeah, that's correct. It seems to be that way. I don't know why you get more hate than Internet Chronicles. Yeah, I don't know, Ethan, but it's all good, you know. It don't make a fuck to me either way. Don't invite the police to search your stuff. They will find something unhelpful to you. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. I'm not sure if they actually do or if they act like they hate you to be on his good side to get close. Well, you know, I don't know. I have heard that, you know, oh, they think I'm all right, but they fucking, think that I tried to steal his money, fucking blah, blah, blah. But, if they were being real about it, they know that I didn't do any of that fucking shit. So, and, whatever, they can dislike me if they choose, I'm not gonna fucking lose any sleep over it, I can assure you of that. Oh yeah, they've got to know. There's no way you don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying, Zumbola. Like, there's no possible way that you can't tell this is all bullshit, And like I say, sure, they play it up, They play it up to, stay on his good side or, whatever, to get more content. And that's why, and that's why you got things like, and now let me, never mind, fuck it. It's really not even worth the conversation, to be honest. I come on here to have fun, and that's that. Wait a minute. I wonder if I have something. Is it illegal for me to keep betta fish in plastic tubs as well? I wish someone would send me mice, rats, and crickets. Hell yes. Send me mice and rats and crickets and snake food. I wish Music Biz Marty was still around and Jason caught his attention. I never even heard of him. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, Zambolo, you're right. He cracks me up too, They keep them in those tiny ass containers at pet stores. What's that, crickets? Oh shit, plastic. No way, pal. Don't even joke about your Yeah, they might shoot my dog to get to the fucking fish in tubs. I'm about to check Marty out. Oh shit. Music Biz Marty took it way too far. I watched I watched Cyrax, you know, thought he was doing a court hearing with some people. That was funny as fuck. Yeah, they send some fish home in plastic bags, but the betas come in a little plastic cup. Yeah, that's a little. That's a little far. I'm gonna have to admit that's a little far. The whole minor thing for sure. Yeah. So was the new short today, the Officer Vargas short, worth watching, or was it too stupid? Be honest. I want to make these things work good. I want people to like them. Yeah, little soap cup. Yep, or soup cup. Yep. Oh, you got to go watch Ethan. All right. Yeah, yeah. I know I got to get the audio leveled out a little better. No, I'm not muted. You know I ain't muted. You playing a Jason on me. You know I ain't muted. You playing a Jason on me. Oh, your phone cut out for a minute. Why the hell is somebody fucking with stuff here? Damn comments disappeared. There we go. There it is. I see it now. Never mind. Yes, I didn't know he name dropped the new channel. Oh yeah, he name dropped the shit out of it. Yeah, I gotta put together some more stuff. Like I said, I was so busy today I didn't get time till 6:30. So, but it's all good. I'll make something good happen here, you know. I need to start making a few long form videos over there too. And also our live streams are going to be moving over to there. All right, guys. So, oh yeah, I'll let you know when. Absolutely. But right here, this snake here, guys, is a western diamondback. Their scientific name is Crotalus atrox. Oh yeah, he won't say my name, but he said Jamie's multiple times. Yeah. Oh yeah. But they're known as Crotalus atrox. They're a very iconic snake, you know, of the American, you know, Southwest. Obviously, they're called that and known, you know, for their distinctive diamond patterns, and they got a pretty fearsome reputation. In a standard population, you know, the coloration of these snakes are, you know, like brown and gray to tan. And that just allows them to, you know, camouflage into, you know, the arid and the desert environments that they live in. The psychology of people like him is what interests me so much. Yeah, and that's what the new channel is devoted to. Absolutely. Um, there's a obviously though what we're looking at here, you know, there's a unique genetic mutation, and this is called the tangerine albino. It's just a variation that, you know, stands in contrast to the wild counterparts. Albinism is a cognitive condition, you know, that's basically the complete or even partial, you know, loss or absent of pigment in the skin. It's called melanin. It occurs basically because the body's unable to, you know, produce that melanin or maybe distribute it. The dark pigments, you know, is what's normal for, you know, the typical coloration of a lot of the snakes. In the western diamondbacks, you know, it results in very, very vibrant, you know, almost, I hate this word, but surreal coloration. The common gray and brown scales are replaced by, you know, just bright white, yellow, and tangerine orange colors and hues. You know, and their eyes are that red or that pink color, you know, because, and what makes that is the visible blood vessels that are no longer covered by, you know, the dark pigments, the black pigment. So the dramatic coloring, you know, just makes the tangerine albino highly sought after in the exotic pet trade. Um, People like myself, you know, selectively breed these animals, you know, to produce these eye-catching specimens, you know. And the reason for wanting to do that is to, you know, catch people's attention with the cool, you know, pretty crazy looking snakes, but then be able to teach people the importance of the snakes and stuff. Because if you see a snake that looks like this, you're more apt to stop and check it out than if you was to, you know, just see a normal rattlesnake laying there. But the problem with these, you know, albinos and stuff like that is, you know, it makes it virtually impossible for them to survive out in the wild because they can't camouflage. But they are a good example, though, of how, you know, even a single genetic variation can drastically alter appearance and it can eat. Well, we know with the snake here, it drastically alters the appearance, But then when it comes to people, you know, that extra chromosome, you see what it gets. You see what it happens. Man, we didn't get enough fucking likes on the video. It's gonna stall, damn it. We didn't get enough likes for it to take off. That's alright. It's still getting seen enough. I mean, it's not bad for being the third video posted on the channel. Yes, I am fucking scared. I am fucking terrified, EDM. Terrified. Oh, I'll bet you're right, Zambola. Yeah, Frank has me shaking, scared that, you know, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources is gonna come kick my door in. He was saying that fucking, you know, the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources has been contacted about me having snakes in plastic tubs. I know it. Officer Vargas is the one that makes me fucking nervous. That's right, Tom. But, well, you know, unless she has a deep voice, I'm pretty sure it's a he. Oh yeah, yes, I forgot about that part, but yeah, I'm the new Cyrax. Yep. Good question, Ethan. I bet they are though, and if they weren't open, I'm sure they opened up specifically for that. I'll bet you they came in on Sunday just to make sure to get that call. What's that? Anyone that knows anything about snakes knows they are looking at a healthy one right now. I'm sure you have a couple that aren't, but that's part of the animal keeping. Oh, absolutely, Zambola. I have a couple of ball pythons right now that are very sick with respiratory infections. But you know, it is what it is. You know, when you have a big collection, you know, shit happens. You know, you now and then fucking cross-contaminate something. But I am actively treating them. They've been to the vet, you know, they're being treated with medications. You know, but, you know, it's, I mean, even the little teeny tiny babies look pretty healthy to me. You know, I'll tell you right here, I'll show you right now, actually. This right here, this is the worst looking snake I have as far as health goes. This snake went over a year without eating. because he had snake fungal disease, and then he got fucking sick after that. But yeah, that's the worst looking snake I have. Now, I do have a Naja guineensis. I got a forest cobra that does have a scab on his nose because he's a pusher. And if you know about snakes, you know what I mean by a pusher. Oh yeah, they've been checked by the vet. Absolutely. Yep, things absolutely happen out of your control. But as far as things go, you know, here your retic's a pusher. Hell yeah, retics are known to be pushers. Absolutely. Yep. And you know what? Basically, if you shrunk a retic down to about 8 or 9 feet, that's basically exactly how these forest cobras act. Is just like a retic. Mm. What's up? Hello. Guys, I will tell you, in my opinion, the absolute worst thing that has happened since I have met everybody. No, because I don't need to fucking prove anything to anybody. You know, I have nothing to prove. And there's not a lot of people, you know, saying shit anyway. There's fucking like 2 to 3 people, you know, that run their mouth. You know, so we good. Yeah, it's a real big ask because then they see my fucking, you know what? They're so good at their fucking, they're so good at their investigation work. Why not? What, that's a common question to ask any animal handler? It is? I guess you know something more than I know about the fucking animal world. But anyway, if they are so good at their investigations that they do, just by the numbers on the fucking shipping container I showed earlier, fucking they'll be able to find anything they want to find. Exactly, Ethan. I've been in this fucking hobby for well over 20 years, and I've never once had a person ask me to see my fucking permits. Never once. In the no, I don't think so, you know, because absolutely the way that fucking it works in South Carolina is there is no permit for simply keeping the reptiles. There is only permits whenever you actively work with the state on conservation efforts. And that's the permitting that I have. So, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, well, I don't know what illegal animal trafficking has been happening. You know, there has been a handful of people, doing illegal, sales with like box turtles and things, but I've never heard of anything with, the venomous snakes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep, you got it. You got it figured out. Yep. Yep, I have no licensing or permits. That's correct. Not a one. Not a one. I just figured I would wing it, and I would come on the internet and show all of my unhealthy, very poorly kept reptiles. Okay. That's what I figured I would do. I would just broadcast it all over the internet. I would give my address, my name, and everything, personally. And, I made sure to, put it all out there. Yes, I did just say it does not require a permit for keeping. That is 100% correct. There is no permit required to keep venomous reptiles in this state. Yeah, that's Officer Vargas, I think. I know you didn't say that. I am referring to the entire conversation. Yes, Ethan or Zambola, as a matter of fact, you want to buy a monocled cobra from me right now? How about a Siamese spitting cobra? What do you want to buy? I will sell you any of them on a public transaction. Oh, wait. Oh, Officer Sanchez. Fuck, I forgot about Officer Sanchez. Son of a bitch. All this time, Officer Sanchez could have been getting me. Shit. I need to remember that. Officer Sanchez. You would love a monocled? Alright, I got you. As long as you don't have any experience, Zambola, I will sell you a monocled cobra. Look at this fucking clown. Oh, it makes me so defensive. Oh, shit. Not, definitely not common questions to anybody in the animal world. Not at all. But you have fun, okay? Enjoy the show. Stick around. Hang out for a while. You're welcome here. You're welcome to chat. You're welcome to spew facts. You're welcome to spew bullshit. I don't care. Have fun. Light it up. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. You know, ask all the questions you want to ask. No problem. But I'm going to tell you exactly how it is every time, you know. No permits required for any venomous fucking reptile in this state. There are some states that require handling permits, but this is not one of them. I have permits because of the conservation work I do, you know, with some snakes, you know, some native species. But all of those permits are is for me, you know, putting in fucking RF tags and stuff. That's the only permitting that, you know, I have is for, you know, catching a fucking snake, you know, or, you know, tracking fucking snakes in the wild and things like that. Yeah, not in this state, it does not. Absolutely not. You know, some states you're correct. And also, I don't live full time in a residential area either, but that doesn't matter for here. Hell yeah, me too, Zambula. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, I ain't taking no disrespect from anybody. You know, even when people, you know, like yourself are being a little sarcastic, it's fine, man. Like that's what makes this content. You know, if I was to just ignore everything you say or every question or statement, whatever, the conversation's going to fall off and the content's gone. And that ain't what the fuck I want to do, you know? We're trying to do content here. Yeah, maybe California, maybe New York, maybe, you know, well, hell, as a matter of fact, you know, there's places like Georgia, a good example. Like Georgia example, fucking, they almost, you know, they almost encourage people to, you know, catch as many eastern diamondbacks and copperheads as they can because they consider them a nuisance, you know, but you're not allowed to keep venomous in Georgia without the proper permits. It's just kind of backwards, kind of messed up. Oh yeah, licensing requirements do vary. They vary dramatically. Very dramatically. Yes, there was some stuff, you know, in South Carolina where they, you know, try to introduce a bill all the time, you know, and if anybody that's in the animal hobby, you know, the reptile hobby and things like that, they know about the Lacey Act. And, you know, because of the Lacey Act, among other things, people in South Carolina try to introduce a bill almost every year, you know, trying to require permits and stuff for the keeping of venomous snakes. It fails every single time they introduce it. No, there are no residential area restrictions in South Carolina. None. Now, there are some local restrictions, you know, like city, you know, or whatever, or town, whatever you want to call it. But not where I live personally. It shouldn't be wild to you, though. You know, even if somebody, let's just say, for example, let's say if I was to have a king cobra get out of an enclosure here, you know, and let's just say I'm down here at the beach house and I had a king cobra get out of an enclosure. That king cobra is not going to leave this house. That king cobra is going to find him the closest, darkest, warmest place he can find, and he's going to go coil up there and he's going to hang out. Yes, you're right. Many states do, but this is not one of them. And Pennsylvania as well. There is not permitting that's required to keep venomous animals in Pennsylvania. Yes, there is permits required for the capture or killing of timber rattlesnakes and copperheads in Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, he's gonna find a water heater, Patrick. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. As a matter of fact, you know, out in my my land where I live and where I keep my snakes, I have had a cobra get away and I had a green mamba get away out there. I've told both of these stories in the past, and I caught both of those. I caught both of those animals the same day, and they were both within 15 feet of the area they escaped from. Would there be legal repercussions if a venomous snake entered and bit a neighbor? You know, that's a good question. I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, there may be some civil. There might be civil repercussions, but I don't think criminal. As far as criminal goes, there has to be intent. You know, that's one part that's left out of laws all the time. You know, is the fact that there needs to be criminal intent. Similar to the thing with Jason right now. You know, saying that, you know, people are going to be prosecuted for asking if he was messing with underage girls last night. Nobody said he was. They asked him if he was. So they're not intending to spread that narrative. They were asking a question. So are the repercussions the same as if a dog bit someone versus a snake? I don't think so. I really don't think so. The thing with a dog, you know, is you are supposed to, you know, maintain. It comes down to, like, example, let's just say you were here and you were watching my dogs, or you were the only one at the house, you know, and, you know, you opened the door and were standing there smoking a cigarette on the porch, and the dog ran out. And you didn't go after the dog immediately, you know, you figured, well, screw it, he'll come back. And that dog bit somebody. You had care and control of that dog. So now you are legally liable. But when it comes to, you know, like a snake escaping, there was no reckless disregard there, you know, there was no, there was no intent, you know, as far as that goes. But as far as legal, or as far as civil goes on the legal end, I'm sure there are some civil repercussions. Absolutely, absolutely. It's up to the owner to maintain safety. I agree with you, 100%. And you know, that is my exact reason for using let's use Sonia's words, the Home Depot tubs. That's the exact reason for using Home Depot tubs in this hobby, is because, look, the snakes are double contained. They are in these containers, and as a matter of fact, once again, they are in these containers, and inside of those containers, they are inside of another container, and then they get zip tied at every single hole around them for transport. That way, the snakes are secure, and you're good to go. So Yes, yeah, everything has circumstances. Let me see what Zimbola said. With a dog, there has to be a history of aggression or lack of rabies vaccines, etc. Yeah, exactly. Snakes hide from people, not attack them. Absolutely. Yes, I said South Carolina. Absolutely. South Carolina. And also, I was traveling to go to a reptile show a year ago, and I had many venomous animals on board of my RV, and I had a wreck, and fucking, there still was no trouble there. There is the. No, that never went through. That never passed. It did not pass. Unless you're talking about the something not animal related, I mean. Back in, if fucking, if I fucking, here, let me look it up quick. Let me look it up quick so I don't get it wrong. But it was sometime in 2025, I think it was the beginning of it. They introduced fucking legislation, to require permits and strict housing. There we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Legislation, House Bill 3937, was introduced in February of 2025 to require permits, strict housing, locked, escape proof, labeled enclosures with secondary containment, emergency protocols, and potential bans on some species. Though it's currently moving through the legislature, older laws only emphasized owner responsibility, but the new bill aims to heavily regulate possession and include penalties for violations. It still has not gone through yet. And if it does go through, it will be a permit is required, from DNR, to have possession of them. Obviously, strict housing, which would be, enclosures that are escape proof, bite proof, and, have locks and warning labels, And again, as you can see around here, even though it's not required here, there are warning labels and there are fucking locks on my enclosures. And these are even temporary enclosures. These are not their permanent enclosures. Oh, I don't care if DNR comes. They better have a warrant with them when they get there. Huh. I'm just a bill, just an ordinary bill, huh? But anyway, and don't forget about the exemptions if this ever does pass. You know, there will be exemptions for things like zoos and you know, researchers such as myself. I'm a permitted researcher, and you know, other certain professionals. Exactly. That's all it is a bill that was introduced in February. I stay up on the laws in my area, you know. I is what it is, you know. I stay up on my laws, you know. I have been in the fucking, you know, the snake hobby for many years. Um, the hobby, you know, for me started out with, you know, way back in the day with Burmese pythons, you know. Back when you had a normal and albinos first started, you know, really taking off. They were around, but not a lot. No, I haven't ever had a violation. Absolutely have not. And I won't have. There's nothing to violate me on. What are you talking about? Also, never been certified. What are you talking about? Like, what certifications are you talking about? Like, as we've established, there is no permitting or certifications in South Carolina. The only permits there are for me being a fucking researcher, you know, for putting in radio tags and tracking the movements of rattlesnakes. That's it. Hell yeah. I'm a certified G, and Zum's a certified pimp. He's a positive, intellectual, motivated person. No, I don't think a permit would protect me. I don't think it would. You know, there's nothing to protect me from. I mean, I can kind of understand why you'd be asking that, but, you know, there's nothing to protect me from, you know. A few people on the internet trying to stir trouble is not going to, you know, warrant anybody, you know, coming by to check anything out, you know, and it's certainly not gonna get a warrant signed, you know, for anybody to come on my fucking property against my will. It just ain't gonna happen. Oh yeah, Troy. Oh yeah. I didn't say this is causing me trouble. Your questions are welcome. Yours are. I said a few people fucking, you know, trying to cause trouble isn't gonna cause me any trouble. You know? Maybe I should start typing it in the chat, you know, where you're used to fucking reading things at. You know, you know, a few people, you know, calling DNR or a few people calling whoever the fuck they want to call is not going to cause me any fucking grief at all. I'm going to continue to. Wait, how do I say this? I'm still here. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Abso-fucking-lutely, Ethan. I'm with you. I am with you. If it is coming from a state that licensing is required, I absolutely do. And the transporter that I use checks the licensing himself and obtains transport permits to bring that animal from that state to me. Unless I use Delta, and then Delta does all of those things. And now, whenever I import, yes, all of that is handled because we can't get through customs without all the proper paperwork in line. I do not have to worry about anything in another state if I sell. Yes, I do tell the people you need to know your laws, and yes, I will do a search real quick to see if the state that is requesting it, has any, laws against me sending them there. If they do, the buyer has to get all paperwork in order for me to make the sale. And now, as far as exporting outside the country, I have never exported. I've always imported. I'm about to tell you something that will make me sound a little bit like Jason over there at E2. But in this hobby, the venomous snake hobby, there are a lot more people in this hobby than most people can even fathom. There are 1 in 3 households in the United States that keeps reptiles, not just venomous, but all reptiles, as pets. So, that's a lot of fucking people. And also, there are several police officers and sheriff's deputies in this very county that are into the venomous snake hobby. And, I interact with them, because of the hobby. Yep, albinos are recessive genes, Mbula. Oh, fuck. Here, I'm gonna grab another unsecure enclosure, and let me move a few things around quick, and I'll grab another unsecure enclosure to look at another snake here. Shit. this light so y'all can see. You get another unsecure enclosure. Sorry guys, the snake moves away from this area. I apologize, but I can't put them in the little boxes anymore to show everybody because DNR might take my permit. That's correct. Yes, both parents have to have a copy of the gene. Yes, that you are also correct. Neither parent has to be visual, but each parent has to have a copy of the, have a copy of the gene, and both parents need to pass that copy on to the offspring for it to be visual. Yes, they are moon rocks. Codominant would be basically, let's just say you know, I hate to use this, but I'm going to use it for simple, understanding. With a codominant, like everybody knows what a blue-eye leucistic ball python is, I assume. That's the all-white ball python with blue eyes. You have like a Mojave ball python. That is a codominant gene. And if you breed a Mojave with another Mojave, you end up with what's called a super Mojave. And that super Mojave is also known as a bell or a blue-eye leucistic. You end up with an all-white snake with blue eyes because that animal can end up with two copies of the same codominant gene. Or yes, a super fire is the black eye leucistic, and the super Mojave is a bell. The super fire is a black eye leucistic, not a blue eye leucistic. The Mojave makes a blue eye leucistic, and the super Mojave actually ends up usually with a gray patch on the very top of the head, similar to the blizzard monocled cobra. And a super lesser is another blue eye leucistic. A super lesser is another blue eye leucistic. However, the super lesser is a much cleaner snake. It doesn't have the gray patch on top of the head, but they can get googly eyes, or the big eyes. They end up with big eyes. Let's see here. So the dominant is more expected versus the recessive. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fun fact, super forms only produce at least their base form, i.e. Mojave. Absolutely correct, yes. If you was to take a super Mojave and you breed that with, let's just say, a normal or a wild type, you are going to produce, 50% wild type, 50% Mojave. If the recessive genes do come through, what would that look like? The recessive gene would have to be both copies. Like, let's just say, for example, this snake you're looking at right now is a white speckled rattlesnake. This snake is not white because it's a genetic mutation. It's because it has adapted to the colors of the rocks and things where it is native to. Now, I'm going to use this as an example. This is not a speckled rattlesnake, but for the sake of our conversation, let's say right here, let's pretend this is a speckled rattlesnake. If I was to breed that white speckled rattlesnake with this speckled rattlesnake, we would not produce white speckled rattlesnakes from that because it's going to produce something in the middle, basically, we'd probably end up with something a lighter color than the other snake, but not as white as this one. Albino, yes, albino is a recessive mutation, so both parents must possess at least one copy of the albinism gene and pass that on to the offspring. It can happen in every living species, absolutely. Absolutely. There are some short videos on my channel. I still don't know if you're here legitimately or if you're here to fuck off. I don't know. But either way, I'm cool with you. But I'm telling you, if you are here legitimately or you now legitimately care about this at all, check out some of the short videos on my channel and you will see some things like the timber rattlesnake crossed with the eastern diamondback rattlesnake, and it produces a batwing rattlesnake. So you end up with hybrids and things like that. Yes, yes. If you was to, breed, let's say, an albino with a wild type, you will get what looks like a wild type that is heterozygous for albinism. That means that the offspring possesses one copy of the albino gene. Now you could take that offspring and breed it back to the albino, and now you're going to produce 50% of those babies that are albino and 50% of them that are wild type. Now if you breed a visual to a visual, you're going to produce 100% visuals. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not fucking bitching or complaining. I was just letting you know if you legitimately care at all, take a look at some of them shorts, If you don't care, don't waste your time, I mean, hang out, ask, bullshit questions and, whatever. We good. Ethan, will tarantula species not cross, or what's the deal with that? No, it always has to be two parents, and if it's a recessive gene. The only, all you have is dominant and incomplete dominant, also known as codominant, to, that one parent can make it happen. Like example, a banana ball python bred with a wild type ball python, it will produce 50% of those babies being banana and the other 50% being, wild type, because banana is a codominant trait, or a dominant trait rather. No, it's codominant. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, but if one parent has 66% chance, then it's just more likely. Yes, if one parent has a 66% chance, basically that would mean that there is a 33% chance that the baby is heterozygous. I know what you're talking about, the allelic, or alleles. That's, basically for this to work, sort of like and I'll fall back on the blue eye leucistic complex. With the blue eye leucistic complex, you have different alleles when it comes to genetics. And, you have to find two snakes that, fall in that same allele, like the lesser Mojave. You breed those two together, you get a bell. The spider Mojave, they're both in the blue eye leucistic complex. Now, the spider, spider to spider, a super will not survive. It has parents as a zygote. Explain the simple way again. All right, heterozygous. Heterozygous just means that the offspring carries one copy of the recessive gene. So if the parent, let's just say you have a albino, male and a normal female. If the, or no, fuck that. We're not saying that. I'm sorry. So if you have a normal male that's just nothing but a normal male, and you have a female that is 66% heterozygous, for albinism, that just means there's a 66% chance that that female actually has that gene, or actually possesses that gene that she could pass on to offspring. Now, that's why it is sold like that example. If you was to, let's say get on Morph Market and try to purchase a snake, and you find a Mojave Sunset that is, or a Mojave that is 66% het for sunset, that just means that there's a 66% chance that that snake carries the sunset gene. Alright, so let's see. Oh shit, did I upset you, girl? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Ethan is the tarantula guy. Hey girl, why'd you get so upset with me, huh? Don't strike now, don't strike. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Hey. Hey girl. Hey, little girl. You better be a nice girl. Stop that. Hey. You stop that. You be a nice girl. Come on. Hey. You be a nice freaking girl. Okay? You be a nice girl. There's no need to get all carried away like that. No need. Huh. Did your boy go live or something? No. I was just wondering because everybody decided to hit the road. I guess we was being too boring not ranting and raving tonight. Nah. Listen, that's something you have to understand about a lot of these animals, you know, that especially the captive bred, you know, captive born animals. These animals don't even want out of their enclosures. Like watch this. Like I'll open this enclosure up here. She's a little bit warm and feisty, but there, this enclosure is actually open right now. And this snake might come over by it and stick her head out a little if she does that, you know. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Reality is different than anxiety. But, you know, and actually, as you just seen there, you know, because of me having this open, you know, she actually pulled her head back, like, oh no, you know, like, stay away from me, you know. A Mexican red rump. Exactly, yeah, she's where she feels safe, you know, and she knows that there's food there, there's water there, there's everything she wants or needs there. So just like my fish in tubs, my fish that are in the plastic tubs that I got since I've been down here at the beach, I've started this new collection. They feel just fine in these tubs too. But let's see what happens here for a little bit. Got all you want, Sonia? Hopefully that answers all your questions. Hell yeah. I don't know, Zimbola. You were talking mad shit about me for a little while over there. I loved it. I fucking loved it. Yeah, parthenogenesis is kind of crazy. Actually, I had my one blue insularis female do a partho clutch this year. Um, only 2 babies was viable, but Yeah, I see him over there running this fucking dick sucker. What do you mean no more fucking small tubs and shit? Ain't a goddamn thing changed, fucking Brant. There ain't a goddamn thing changed, Sonia. Ain't a fucking thing changed around here. It don't work like that for me there, boys. Have a nice night, fuckers. Yep, nobody's watching my videos. Yep. I don't give a fuck what I made, man. I don't care, Zumboa. It doesn't matter to me. What's that? Stream his shit, pull his viewers. Yeah. Nothing can stop real life. Oh no, I'm terrified. I am fucking terrified. I am terrified. Yeah, they're fucking with Jamie. I know it, man. Like, there ain't fucking... Yeah, that's right, Sonia. You got it figured out. He already said he's recording and keeping files. Yep, you are 100% correct. Yeah, if only somebody tried to warn Jamie. That's right. That's right. Will Jason stand up for his best friend Jamie? No, of course fucking not. Of course not. Your troll buddies. Your troll buddies are, you know,
he's a sicko, dude.
Playing games.
False allegations about me last night. Do not unhide him.
They fucking hid you, Steve, and fucking... I'm not going to call out your other screen name, dude, but they hid you fucking, you know, thinking that it was you that fucking, you know, kept on blocking theirself. Oh, yeah. You're not hid? Oh, you're still hid? What do you mean, who unhid you? Like, I don't understand that.
Everybody just get along, please. There should be no reason for this.
Before you got hit again, I got you. Hey Tom, the funniest part of all of this is me and you talked about this before the first fucking troll ever got involved. We knew exactly what the fuck this, this shit was going to happen exactly the way it did.
But again, you guys do not be on hiding people on my channel. I hide somebody because I do it for a reason.
Yes, we did.
I already told you guys, me and Jamie work things out. He's cool. If he wants to support both sides, he can. You know, we can't hide somebody for wanting to support another channel. They can support as many channels as they want.
There you go, Jason. Jason, good job, dude. And I mean that. You are fucking finally standing up for yourself. Good job, dude. Good job, Arby.
What's up?
The part that's gonna be great is fucking whenever Jason fucking figures it all out.
He's supporting both sides, Brandon. There's nothing wrong with that. He's not doing anything wrong. As long as he's not saying anything wrong in my chat, there's nothing we can do.
I mean, Brent used to call me trying to fucking tell me, that fucking, oh, he's cool with me, but they all hate me and blah, 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 trying to feed me a raft of shit like I'm going to believe them.
As long as we are succeeding on both sides, that's all that matters.
I'll tell you what, the only one that got one over on me was Metalhead. And Metalhead, I think, is still in our chat. But he got one over on me. And, he got a couple bucks out of us, He got a couple of bucks out of us because we tried to be a nice person for what was supposed to be something bad that happened to him. But between myself and Tom, the money that we donated to him isn't gonna make or fucking break either of us.
What's up, Michael?
So
I can't handle any more arguing, guys. Have a great night.
they're succeeding right fucking there, getting Jason to shut his fucking streams down and stuff. That's exactly what they want. 0. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me, Tom. I mean, like I say, man, a little bit of money doesn't make or break fucking me, dude. Like, I have fucking snorted more than fucking I gave him, I've in my younger days, so it is what it is. It just simply, it simply shows fucking, never mind, I'm just gonna let it go. It is what it is. Bro, I'm cool with everybody too. I don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck about any of it. I just hang out, do my thing, watch some snakes, make some fucking, funny videos. And, old Brant there, or never mind. Whoever can fucking, say, oh, get them copyright strike. Well, the stuff that I'm making is fair use. I know how to do fair use. Yeah. Yeah, too many people are going crazy. It is what it is, you know. They'll fucking they're doing, you know, they're accomplishing exactly what they're there to do, you know. They're accomplishing it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Guys, look, they all have, you know, there's a group of like 3 of them, and they have super big fucking egos, and they really think that fucking, you know, they like to laugh amongst each other, you know, thinking that fucking, you know, that people don't know certain shit. And there's certain things that are known that I'm just not the guy to fucking, you know, put out there, because I'm not that guy. Steve, I think it is what it is, man. We cool. We're, you know, I'm cool with you too, but you know, you have a couple other names yourself, Steve. Um, you got a handful of alternates, and it's all good. I don't air out people's alternates. I don't air out fucking any of their stuff. But you know, they're they think they're accomplishing their mission, you know, by making Jay stop his streams early and stuff. You know, they're what the fuck are they accomplishing? You know, it is what it is. Have fun. Yeah, that's what, you know. That's what's been said. Yeah, well, I feel the same way. They should have a little bit of compassion for the guy, but you know, their form of compassion is you know, send him, you know, $5 every now and then, you know, so he feels like he's getting something, and send him a laptop, you know, stuff like that. You know, make him feel like you fucking care about him, and then fuck with him. You know, that's the game. So, and whenever that game doesn't work, that's when they resort to, you know, trying to scare you, you know, like, oh, you got trouble outside the internet now. Like, you know, bring the fucking trouble. I've been saying it for 2 weeks now. But whatever. Yes, that's exactly what the fuck I think it is, Ethan. Exactly, stringing them along, you know. And unfortunately, you know, unfortunately, they take full advantage of the fact that Jay, you know, tries to be nice to everybody, and you know, they somehow manage to convince him of stuff. You know, if I, you know, if I really felt like fucking, you know, going all the way to fucking Texas, I would go talk face to face with Jay and show him some things. And fucking, you know, it wouldn't do nothing beneficial for Jay, unfortunately, because, you know, there's no way for him to get rid of everybody, you know, so they're going to continuously, you know, fuck with him, unfortunately, you know, but it's been what it is the whole time, and every single person lurking, listening, and watching right now knows that that's what it's been the entire fucking time. Put the attention on fucking me, you know, make me look like the bad guy so y'all can get in there and work your angles. And, you know, I guess you're succeeding. Awesome. Works good for you. Oh yeah, Jamie's a real dude, I think. You know, if he's not, he's got me fooled, but I think he is. Tom, that's what I tried to get through his head was, have one or two moderators, of people that you really actually know, but unfortunately, Jay just doesn't listen to it. So, outside of live streams, they have no fucking power. They have nothing outside of a live stream. You know, just like fucking Branch channel where he's using my real name and shit. Come on, man, use my real name. I don't care. I put it the fuck out there. I put it all out there. I don't give a fuck. And even though, that there's that small group of them that play their games, I still don't fucking out any of their shit. Like, I'll tell you right now, fucking, I know who a few different fucking names are, and I still ain't said a fucking word, because I don't care to destroy their fucking game, but, and I no longer care to help Jay either. I just sit back and fucking, if I don't talk about this stuff, it will all go away, and then there won't be a single fucking viewer in here because they'll just report my live streams, until they get shadow banned. And fucking, there won't be no viewers in the live stream. But the live streams are the least of it, fucking whatever. But so I address the stuff to keep fucking people talking, keep some fucking engagement going on the channel. I told everybody from day one that's exactly what the fuck I was going for. It's exactly here now. Yeah, well, Jay, I think one day Jay will reach out to me. Something is going to happen where Jay sees that, this is bullshit, and he'll reach out to me. And when he does, I'll talk with him, respectfully and everything. I don't hate Jay. Yes, I make the fucking joke fucking shorts on the other channel, but I haven't been rude in them joke shorts. I have joked around a little bit. But he'll reach out one day. She is timed out. Oh yeah, it was fun. And see, and that's the thing about this, like, by the time all the malicious fucking dirtbags got into the stuff with Cobes' channel was big enough already that it wasn't gonna completely end it like it will with some of these smaller ones that they start this shit with. And look, I've got a standing fucking offer here for any one of y'all that want to take this standing fucking offer. You just let me know when. And if you can come either here to South Carolina, or I travel quite frequently. If I am traveling near your area, I am willing to stop, and I am willing to put fucking some stuff in front of y'all to show you who certain people are and everything. But I'm not going to do it on the internet and give people fucking, personal information. I don't do that. Tom, I kind of agree a little bit. I don't think Jay is dumb, but I don't think he processes things as quickly as, maybe would help. I think that, he reacts to things before he's had time to realize, it was bullshit. he might, you know, I don't know Zambula. I don't know. You know, like I say, you know, and I know a couple of y'all in this fucking, on my channel right now, are part of that Discord and all of that. But fucking, you know, it all gets directed towards me, you know, that I'm asking people to do it and all that shit. And that's what he thinks. But like I say, you know, one day something will happen and he will see, something will catch his attention and he'll realize that it was all a bunch of bullshit. Exactly. When it was about eggs and moon rocks is when it was fun, for sure. 100%. 100%. Ethan, I'm with you there. I am 100% with you. It is pretty sad, you know. It certainly is pretty sad. You know, and yeah, I mean, I ask that same question, Zero, but I'm not sure that we ask it for the same reason, you know. What's their purpose other than, you know, some laughs and shit, you know? Cool, you know. But it's not even laughable after a certain point. Well, that's my thought too, you know. Why fuck with a guy that ain't fucking, you know, ain't hurting no one else, you know, like, or why wreck him? I can understand joking and trolling, and I used to tell Jason that myself, you know, but like I say, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before he fucking figures it all out. So, and then once he figures it out, you know, like it'll either continue because he'll continue, or it'll continue because he's, you know, or he'll quit altogether and they'll stop. But I hope that ain't what happens. I don't want him to quit.
Any kind of arguing will result in a timeout. Just read out of it. It's getting old. It's childish. Stop. You know, nobody should be getting stressed out from arguing over petty things. You know, people make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. I already saw it. Thank you.
Jason, nobody made a mistake though.
Make mistakes, you guys. There's not one person in this world that's perfect. Okay? It is getting lame. It's getting very, very lame.
I thought he was going to figure
I
out.
don't know why you want to act like that, but
Yeah.
obviously they can't bear how to act mature. You know, I don't care who's friends with who, as long as they're not hurting my channel. But
Yeah.
again, we're not gonna have any arguing on my channel, just so you guys know. An argument's gotta stop, you guys. We're here to be a team. We're here to make this thing happen, and we're here to build an empire known as
Yep. He should do his own moderation. Absolutely.
And we're here, and we're going to create an empire for YouTube. We are trying to be the next paranormal team of Texas. And arguing around back and forth, that is not going to help it. Back and forth, that is not going to help it.
Listen, you know what? I'm just going to fucking tell everybody right now. The letter that I actually sent Jason was a fucking letter that I wrote personally to him, fucking, explaining all of this shit. I showed the fucking demand letter online just so these fucking trolls had something to fucking feast on. Jason should fucking have received my letter by now, and if he hasn't, fucking, he should be receiving it very soon. Because I sent it fucking about 3 days after I fucking showed the demand letter. So he'll get it, he'll read it, and fucking he'll figure the shit out. And like I say, it might take him a little while to figure it out. But, he'll fucking read that, he'll start looking at some things, and he'll realize exactly what the fuck happened. And then fucking the party's over. Oh, that's right. The party's over all except for South Carolina Department of Natural Resources coming after me. That's right. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, so I've been using both. They're supposed to support both sides, right? Now they're supporting the other side. So.
Yeah, see, look. Like, all of a sudden, all the fuck. Check this out.
Guys, we've seen how people talk shit about people. We've seen what they do to people. Let them do their thing. Let them say what they're going to say. Let them have their fun. Let them be childish. I don't care. That's their channel. They're going to run their channel right now. The ground.
Ain't no party over around here.
That is how they lose views. When they sit there and constantly bang on one person and continue themselves with one person the whole time, that is how they lose views. I am getting views. Other people are losing viewers. They are losing viewers because they are so concerned with what I'm doing. They're so concerned with what I'm doing that they are possessed over me. Which is fine. I will continue to celebrate my success on here. I'll continue to have fun on here. If they don't like me, oh well.
Yeah. Yeah. Sonia said, what about Zimbola and Ethan? They were supporting both sides. Like I say.
And we're going to continue to build this channel and just have fun. We're not here to argue. We're not here to go back and forth with each other's throats. We're here to have fun. One thing I don't care about, if people go and watch other people's channels and support other channels, it's not going to matter to the channel. What matters is the channel here is going to keep rising up. Up here are going to rise up because I'm going to keep going. People here are going to keep rising up because they see what I'm doing. If you don't like me, oh well. It's not my problem. Oh look, another troll. Get out of here.
Yeah, you're wolves.
If I check the mail, yes, I check the mail every day. I'm not concerned. Again, I know he's been saying he's going to send papers my way. I'm not concerned with it. Let me. I'm being more grown about this. I'm being more mature about this. If he can't be mature about it, not my problem. I don't care what he does. He just brought that channel right down to the ground. He is so obsessed with me about what I'm doing in my life.
All right, we got to.
He's not paying attention
Fuck
to his
it.
own life.
We have to.
So that's where people are gonna mess up there because they worry completely about one person and not what's actually going on in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you're gonna do what they're gonna do. And that's all there is to it. You know, like I said, there's nothing wrong with people supporting other channels. There's no wrong in that. You know, if you want to support other channels and help other channels, there's no wrong in that. We can't just hide people because they're supporting other channels. That's just wrong. That's not how you do things. Now, there comes a point where you have to understand what's truly important. YouTube is not a playground. It's not an arguing ground.
What's it for?
It is a business.
Oh. What if, like, what happens when, like, you're able to turn on monetization, but
That's
you
actually
don't?
not the law. You can support as many channels as you want.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, dude. Like I said, y'all can think you have me fucking fooled, okay? I literally, when I shut this thing off, it's out of fucking mind until I come back on.
I'm letting bygones be bygones. In business, that's what you have to do. You have to let bygones be bygones to be able to grow.
Oh. Oh, is it?
If you continue to do with one subject, you're not going to get anywhere with it.
That's not true.
Continue to cause arguments. And that's not how you want a business to be. You know, talk is just talk, you guys. It's not going to bother me. You know, as I just saw, they were actually all in his chat over there talking shit about Jamie. You know, so you guys know, I did see that.
Did you?
So it goes both ways, you guys. Don't just go one way, it goes both ways.
Did you? Is that why fucking we're the ones who got Jamie back up over 50 subs? Yeah, Jamie's the only real mod. Jamie knows better. At least I think. Uh-oh, Sonia's rooting for y'all. They want to get y'all off of my channel. Oh, yeah, they're crowding him, yeah.
Like I said, she's right. We can't hold people to different standards.
Yeah.
You know, it is what it is. We can't hold people to different standards.
Oh, he has us blocked. Yes, he is streaming you.
I understand people trying to help me, and I very deeply appreciate it. I do. I'm not holding anybody to different kinds of standards. If they want to be here, they're more welcome to be here.
Yep, they're more than welcome.
You know, you don't have to leave. It's up to you, man. I mean,
if you guys ever notice, you know, I like move to a snake or I talk and stuff. That's the way that you keep this shit fair use, you know. Like, that's why I do that. It's not that I want to interrupt your stream, guys. Yep, y'all are in the winner's circle. Y'all are going to have to go there. Damn it. What am I going to fucking do? I ain't going to have no viewers. Fuck. I know it does. I know it does. Exactly, Tom. Exactly. It's fair use. 100%. If it wasn't, they would fucking take everyone down every fucking time. I have 5 names blocked on this channel. 5 names. And
you guys have a good night.
Every one of them are the same fucking people. Go ahead and send screenshots, Metalhead. Send them, buddy. Come on back over here and get you some more fucking screenshots, Metalhead, and send them to Jay. They are trying to fucking destroy it. You know? Let's see something here. You know, I didn't have as much fun with this in the beginning. You know, when I was actually trying to help Jay, I didn't have as much fun with it. I have way more fun now with it, with, you know, how ridiculously obvious stuff is. But he is so fucking glazed over about me with the things they convinced him of that, like, he can't see it. Well, yeah, I agree with you there, Zamboa. I agree. Yeah. I agree. And look, you know, with any luck, y'all will be allowed back there, you know, and then you got your playground back. So, yeah, but she's not a fucking harmless troll either. You know, it's like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, like I say, they're not fucking harmless fucking trolls. Yeah, nobody has, you know. They want what they're getting right now. They want this fucking chat, you know. Yeah. I mean, you push for the moon rock and eggs and stuff, you know. That was all funny. Everybody knows I did the same fucking thing. Like, you know, like, especially, you know, back when Rasta kept saying about eggs, you know, and fucking, I made the fucking, you know, the pictures of, you know, egg fucking stuff, and I would put that up in the background of the snakes and everything, you know. It's the same thing. Like I say, there is, you know, there might be, there's between, you know what, I'm going to admit, I don't know 100%, but there's between 3 and 5 slime balls. Oh, yeah, he does need to, for real, take his channel back, Tom. He has no need for moderators. None. He could, you know, if he feels like he needs a moderator, it needs to be one moderator that he personally knows that will keep fucking harmful fucking comments out of there. And not just because he don't like them, but because it's stuff that's going to hurt his fucking channel. I mean, I know he has it in his head, you know, based on what fucking, you know, the 3 or 5 fucking malicious people were telling him, you know, that, oh, I'm losing viewers and stuff. Yeah, that's just not the case, you know. These live streams have never fucking, you know, been a big fucking group of people watching for hours or nothing. They have been people in and out all night. Yeah, there you go. Let Adrian be a mod. So, I ain't losing shit, you know. And again, if I was about money on this particular channel, I would fucking handle things differently. But it doesn't matter. I mean, see, the trolls misunderstand how, reporting and stuff works. You can't just fucking report something and it automatically gets taken down. There is first off, there's an AI fucking system that, reviews their report first. And then if it fucking triggers the second phase, then it gets manually fucking reviewed by a human prior to any removal or anything like that. Long before these trolls, I would have, streams up there, anywhere in the thousands, anywhere between 1 and, 15,000 views a night was common for my channel. And then I would have weeks where I would get, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 views a night on a live stream. But then it will collapse for a couple of weeks. But then it'll bounce back, and then it'll collapse. It'll bounce back, it'll collapse. Fluctuations are completely fucking normal on YouTube, and it's algorithm shifts. It's all different kinds of things that cause it. Exactly, Zumbo. I agree with that. He wants everybody to like him, and I think he, likes everyone. And he thinks he personally knows them, but he don't. If they talk to him, on Discord and stuff, and maybe voice Discord. And look, he didn't get the fucking crazy phone calls and all that shit when I had his phone number. But the second fucking, he starts dealing with them, now he starts getting crazy phone calls and shit. Yeah, when I first got there, it was all mods. That was the first question I ever asked him was, why is everybody a moderator over here? And he said, because we're a family here, and, told me all that. Fucking, I was trolling him for days, harmless joking stuff, but it was pissing him off. Then I said, Jason is a nice guy. I trolled him, and he would still mod me, and he did. Yeah. Fucking, I was a mod over there for 2 days, and from day one, I said I don't want anything to do with moderating any channels. Yeah, I never wanted it either. I was trolling him when I said it. Yeah, see, and my thing was, I never wanted to do most of the stuff that I did to try to help him. But he asked me nicely if I would, so I said yes, I would. I did want to give him advice, just like I've offered Jamie. Look, I'll give you advice on, how you should focus on a YouTube channel, and that's that, making short videos, keep a narrow niche, Your niche can't be all over the place. You can't do, race cars one day and fucking ghost the next, and then fucking masonry work the next, and then a pizza shop the following. You can't build an audience that way. You have to be narrowly focused on something, to build a truthfully successful fucking channel. And that's why, like I say, this channel here, the Virtual Reptarium, has always been the catch-all channel. And about 4 months ago, maybe a little over 4 months now, I started posting the reptile content on this channel. And, it's already had other shit on there before. Well, Tom, and that's what this channel fucking has, that's what the live streams here have been, since day one was, people who, wanted to just, check out the snakes and learn a little something about them and stuff, you know. It wasn't never the, you know, it wasn't never the bullshit fucking back and forth stuff. But, you know, like I say, I wasn't drawing a huge crowd that would stay for hours, you know, and watch, or even, you know, they wouldn't even stay for an hour and watch. You know, they'd come in for, you know, 3 to 5 minutes, hang out, and then they'd leave. And I thought, you know, well, let me go get a bunch of fucking trolls to come over here and start chatting and get that chat rolling. So that's exactly what the fuck I did, you know. I have some videos, but those are just for showing people what I do with tarantulas. Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, yep. Hell yeah, Zimboa. I mean, and, you know, I still do the snakes, but, you know, any significant content will never be fucking done on live stream on this channel. It will not. This live stream here was never intended to be the main focus of this channel. These live streams are, you know, I was building a small following on the live streams, you know, and I have actually, people have been in here when some of my regulars came in, and I have asked them, you know, like, hey, you know, go on out for now. We got, you know, other group of people in here now, you know, but you know, just going to put live cameras up on some of the snakes, you know, when I get back out to my place, you know, in their building, and fucking, yeah, locals and snakes, hell yeah. But, and it's just so people can look at the fucking, you know, look at any one of the snakes they want to, you know. Certain days of the week, I will stream, you know, 6 different snakes. You know, maybe on Mondays it'll be monocles. You know, on Tuesdays it'd be Tremorosaurus. You know, Wednesdays be wagglers, and so on. And, you know, so basically, if you wanted to see a Tremorosaurus purpureamaculatus, you can go to that stream and see the Tremorosaurus purpureamaculatus. If you want to see Tremorosaurus insularis, you know, mainland fucking, you know, green insularis, you can look at that. You want to see Tremorosaurus blue, go look at the blue one. You know, my point is there's different ones for, you know, each person that wants to take a look, you know. You know, names like that, you know, the name there, you know, Skunk Ben, you know, like, hey, what's up? But, yeah, or Google Eyes, you know, that's a Tremorosaurus purpureamaculatus. Fucking. Exactly, Zimbola. And that's what I did do a little bit whenever I, you know, had to go somewhere or some shit like that. Snakes are nice, but I don't trust them because they used to have legs before God took them away. Yeah, and humans used to have fucking hair and walked a little more hunched over, too. Snake's legs got banned. take long, and you guys will all be back in, you know. You'll be back in like Flint, you know. And even the day, when the day comes that Jay realizes they fucked with him hard enough to get him to turn against me, I'll be cool with Jay, but I still don't want any parts of that fucking channel, you know, because I just know exactly what it holds. So, I will watch, but I would never chat, you know. I'll give them likes and shit like that, like I do now, but that's the end of it for me. I'll watch all of y'all have fun. Oh yeah, it's definitely, look guys, the plan right now is to pull the people that are over here watching, to pull y'all out of here, and to try to get y'all to quit watching extra. I guarantee you. I can't believe it, not for a minute, or I never done, so you take it on the go. Take it on the run, baby, that's the way you want. Oh no, you watch, there will be some shit where they try like hell. Guaranteed, they will try some kind of shit to make y'all think otherwise about me. Mark my fucking words. But we all good. Now, y'all ain't doing shit wrong watching both channels, you know. And you know, I hope you don't take this wrong, because I think y'all are alright, but you know, if anybody chooses not to watch my channel over some troll bullshit, you know, that's fine, you know. Like I say, you know, I'm not in it for the money. Hell yeah, Zimbola. You know, you and Ethan's been straight in my book. I'm going to be honest, you know, Ethan had me a little concerned a couple of times. But I don't think that the concern was warranted after, you know, taking a little deeper look.
Well,
Well, there was just, you know, Ethan, if you don't mind, Ethan, I will tell you in an email, because I just don't want to, you know, there's certain parts I just don't want to fucking, you know, put on blast, you know, and make it cause any shit. So I'll send it in an email. I'll do it right now. right, Ethan, it's coming through the airwaves now. Nah, it's not 4D chess. This is fucking intermediate checkers, guys. Absolutely, Zimbola. I did not want to kill content at all over there. I really, for real, wanted him to do right, you know. I kind of wanted to prevent the shit show that's happening now, you know. I wanted to keep it, you know, moon rocks and eggs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, yeah. I just read your message where you said exactly what I just said, and yes, I got you, brother. There you go. Connect 4. Like, I don't know how far, you know, some trolls want to take things, you know, like, if certain ones want to take things further, you know, we can take things further, but I don't know for sure that they really want to, you know. Some people get real carried away with it. I'll stick with snarky comments and start that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at, Zimbola, and that's why I say, you know, I think that that's where a lot of people are at, you know, but they gotta act hard for the fucking other people, you know, that are egging them on. And that's the reason that, you know, I haven't gone to the next level. Yeah, there's one guy with the fangs out, you know. And you need to put them fangs away there, buddy. Yeah. It's because that guy, every single one of you know who the fuck that guy is. Every single one of you know exactly who he is. You know, well, you may not know him personally or his real name, but you know some of his other accounts. You definitely do, Ethan. But I have told him myself that, you know, it ain't my place to fucking out him, you know, like, because the thing is even though that person's fucking around on here, I don't want to destroy their fun all over the internet, you know, like, I don't care enough to fucking, you know, actually, you know, destroy it. When I know they can make other screen names and keep going anyway, but, you know, I don't want to fuck it up for anybody. What's that? Same, Ethan. I have no problem throwing $2 or $3 for a silly channel. Oh yeah, throwing 20 for a fucking, you know, for a good one is, you know, that's where it's at. What do you think, Huckleberry? Hey, Brent. I mean, Armando. Where you been, buddy? Yeah, man, like I say, you know, I know a lot of them, you know, a lot of them don't want to believe that I just don't care enough to make fucking, you know, issues with everybody. You know, they think that, you know, I'm just cowering to it or something, I guess. I don't know. I just, you know, I don't care to ruin the fun because I think every fucking minute of it's fun. Even when they talk shit about me, I think it's fun. You know? Good night, Bobby Sue. Look, I don't know how to fucking word this. Fuck. There's two people on my channel that have always been regular watchers of my channel since day one. They know my real age. They know my real fucking, you know, name. They know my real phone number. They know all the real information about me. Not the information that they thought they found on public record. You know, Patrick, I'm the one that started that. I fucking paid him to throw an egg at the fucking, at the plant the first time and then spit on it and call it a bitch. Did Brant take his light away from me? What the fuck? Yeah, it was pretty funny. You've told me that, you know, oh, we're cool and fucking, you know, oh, I like you and all this shit, but, you know, I know his alternate accounts and he has other ones. I mean, he admitted some of them to me, but I know he has other ones as well. and he just refuses to admit it when I know 100% that he's one person that, you know, again, I don't want to stir the fucking pot, you know, but yes, you know, I thought Brant was cool, you know. I genuinely liked Brant, you know, because I did talk to him on the phone and stuff, but I don't know recently, you know, Brant has shown the other side. Let's put it that way, you know, and then the whole thing with fucking Metalhead, you know, I thought Metalhead was alright too, you know, and like I say, I hope Metalhead's story was true for just for the fact that, you know, it's fucked up to use a story like that. But I hope it's not true. That way he don't have to deal with that shit, man. Like, there's some shit, you know, when it comes to your kid and shit, dude, there's stuff that will fuck you up. Like, and, you know, his story, you know, reminded me of when my son was fucking, you know, young and stuff, and it just fucked me up. You know, so I tried to be nice and help him out to find out, you know, he's not really who the fuck I thought he was. And, you know, it's my own fault. I'm a dumb fuck, you know, for, you know, falling into it with somebody that, you know, trolls. But yeah, and again, let me clarify, you know, I don't hope it was true, you know, because it's a bad thing, you know, and it sucks. It's a horrible thing. But I hope it was true in the sense that he, you know, didn't use a story like that, you know, just to get somebody to help him the fuck out. Now, in his defense, he did say, "Oh, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that," you know, but that's what, you know, a lot of people say when you try to do something to help them out. So, but like I say, you know, a lot of these guys are, you know, they think that fucking, you know, they think I'm in my 40s, you know, and that's, I'm glad. I hope they keep thinking that. But, you know, these people that are, you know, 35 and under, I would say, you know, or even some of them a little older, you know, they just don't know where to draw the fucking line. Man, I don't know what happened with Brant either, Ethan. I really fucking don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know. You know, I have an open invitation, you know, to Brant, because he says he comes to Myrtle Beach area every summer. So I have an open invitation for him to come fucking visit. And, you know, I will show him a couple of things, you know, on the computer. And, you know, we'll never find out, you know, whether he's a real legit dude or not, you know. Yeah, he probably was, Ethan. You know, it don't matter if he gets fucking, you know, it don't matter if he gets banned over there. You know, we'll just say that because, you know, they're a fucking team. You know, they're buddies. They're a team. You know, so. What's that? The mods like to blow the hat up like that sometimes because of the reaction Jason has to it. Yeah. Oh yeah. One of them will put someone up to something. Another will put a different person up to some shit and sit back and watch them. Absolutely. And that's what's going on right now with all of it, you know. Just like y'all, you know, being unblocked and stuff, you know. There's a mission here, you know. There's a mission. And yes, that's what, you know, makes Jay's channel, you know, what it is. Because he fucking, you know, constantly reacts to the stuff, you know. Yeah, you might be right, Zumbola. That's probably part of it. Yep. Yeah, you know, I've been the same way with everybody, you know. And you know what? I'm gonna use his screen name right now, but I've even been cool with quote unquote Frank White. Even though I know who Frank White is, and even though I fucking, he has said some fucked up stuff, I'm still cool with him. I don't fucking care. Yep, back just in time, Tom. Alright, guys, I'm going to tell you who the fuck Frank White is, alright? Frank White is JT Tom. Yeah, and again, that's because I had a couple of fucking people, telling me that you were pissed off and you were fucking running your mouth because you got unmodded and was saying I did it and stuff, but that's what that was all about. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Tom. I done spilled the secret. Yes, you fucking threatened yourself and everything. Damn it. I'm just very scared, Tom, that you're gonna send the fucking the snake police mafia after me. Nope, not at all. Not at all. In fact, I was telling Jay, to do the stuff that y'all wanted. Like the whole egg fucking thing, whenever y'all got the sweet tea eggs and the Mountain Dew eggs and shit, that was all yours truly getting him to actually do it. And throwing an egg at the plant, fucking showing the moon rock whenever he wouldn't do it when everybody else asked. That was all me. I would send him text messages saying, man, go ahead and do it. Just do it, man. Give them what they want, and fucking, so. Yeah, it's all good. Now something that I find a little bit fucked up, is that boy Jamie. Jamie come over here last night. He never heard a bad word out of my mouth about Jay. And fucking, soon as he fucking gets unblocked over there, he disappears. But fucking, I made sure he got back up over 50 subs. That way he could fucking, do his live streams like he wants to. Yep. I mean, I'm down with him still, being cool with Jay and everything. But, bro, he just completely fucking, flip-flopped that quick, and I don't know. I mean, yes, he's told them straight up, I'm gonna be cool with both, but he ain't been back around. He ain't, his answers on his comments back on his videos have been kind of short. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's not intentional. Who knows? Exactly. Yeah, that I think that's probably a big part of it. He's afraid he's going to piss them off again. You know, obviously, you know, the first two times that Jay got mad and stopped his stream there, it's because all of his moderators again, once again, was fucking, you know, trying to, you know, get Jamie kicked out of there. Yeah, yeah. I know it. I saw all that too, you know. And I kind of think the whole Jamie thing was another part of the plan, you know, getting him over here for a little bit and stuff. I think that was all part of the plan. But it's all good. We'll see how it all unfolds. Guys, look at this rattlesnake. This rattlesnake is so skinny and emaciated. That snake looks horrible. Very, very neglected. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, this rattlesnake's definitely in bad shape. Poor little guy. He's stuffed in that little bitty cage and oh yeah, there's about 3 to 5 of them pulling the strings over there. See? Yeah, that sucks. Do you feed live or frozen? I thought it was pretty funny earlier when he came in here asking about fucking, you know, permits and shit. Like, oh no, he's got me over a barrel now. Oh yeah. Yeah, he had absolutely no clue, except for the little AI overview that he read on Google. Oh, it's definitely an alt account, dude. It's 100% an alt account. 100%. No, you had it correct, Tom. Yeah, definitely a try it one. Yeah, yep, they do. Yep, forgot to Google the law. DNR, DNR, would be pretty proud of them for that phone call. Oh man. Is it the Cape Cobra that's all speckled and super pretty? It might be, but the Ethiopian Cobra is the speckled one, usually. Oh yeah, absolutely, Zimbola, absolutely. Well, that's a point that I have made a couple of times. about this shit, you know, whenever people have said dumb shit, you know, about what they're going to do to me and, you know, stuff and whatever. You know, I have made that point like, dudes, I have, you know, single snakes that fucking are worth more than you make in a fucking year. Oh, absolutely. There's fucking sheds and shit, you know, like it happens. What the fuck? You know, everybody, you know, any serious person that has been in my videos or my live streams have fucking, you know, seen when a snake shits or pisses in the tub, I clean the fucking thing out, you know? Like, there's been many a times that I clean them out right the fuck, you know, right away. And you know what? It also, you know, it happens like you know as well as I do when you have this many snakes, you cannot possibly clean every enclosure on the same day. You just can't fucking do it. Uh, yeah, for the right size and you know for the right one, absolutely, Zamboa. Now you can get a baby, usually a wild caught baby or a captive born, but the mother was wild caught while she was gravid. You can get a baby fairly cheap, but you're not getting a fucking, you know, an almost 30-pound fucking 6.5 foot long gaboon viper for cheap. It ain't happening, you know. And you know, let's fucking, you know, here, let me move the camera. Fucking, because not only the Gaboon Viper, but let's see here. Hopefully my cord's long enough when I do what I'm about to do, but like this snake right here. This snake right here is more than a lot of their probably quarterly salary. There we go. Well, here, let me show you another neglected snake here. Here's another one I've neglected because she has some stuck shed on her. This fucking snake right here is way over most people's fucking monthly salary. Way the fuck over. It'd probably take most people 3 months to make what this snake costs. Oh, you're cold here. Let's get on the needle. Hell yeah. She's a pretty snake. see here. Oh yes, snakes are pricey. Even pythons, yep. That snake is an investment, absolutely. That I just showed Marshmallow. No, that was not a banana pie, Zumbola. That one is, or sunset, hard to tell. Yeah, you had it partially correct there. You had a couple parts correct. I, to make it simple, I say she is a caramel albino piebald, but she is a caramel sunset albino. Or a caramel, or an albino caramel sunset pied. Yeah, Bobby Joe left. I don't know about Sue. I only saw 1 or 2 comments out of Sue all night. Oh yeah, the pied makes it difficult because, it distorts the pattern so much. That it's just, makes it very difficult to tell. But, and also looking at it, through the camera like that, it just, makes it look like yellow or something, more yellow than orange or red. Little rattlesnakes? I'm sorry guys, but you guys are gonna go to snake jail. You guys are gonna go to snake jail. I'm sorry. Oh no, you're gonna go to snake jail. Sorry, little guys. I'm sorry, little bitty guys. Yes, sir. Caramel is. Yeah, recessives is tough and it takes a long time. Yeah, man, DNR is gonna put my snakes in snake jail. Oh man, I'm so fucked. I am so fucked. Damn it. I sure wish I could get unfucked somehow. There's gotta be a ransom or something that they want. They gotta put a number on it. Do you have any albino clowns? I will be chatting with y'all on the chat here. I gotta show this. Check this out. If you remember earlier, it was set on fucking subs. Wait a minute. It looks like I gained 314 in the last 7 days. All right, Tom. I'm gonna get on out of here, buddy. Thank you. Hope you have a good night, brother. Here's my snake in the Home Depot tub. Good night, Sue.